With its picturesque, gently rolling hills, dark forests, and Gothic castles, it's no surprise that Germany has served as the backdrop for some of literature's most iconic fairy tales. Drawing on the incredibly rich folklore of their native land, authors like Jacob and Willem Grimm brought to life timeless stories of evil witches, noble heroes, beautiful princesses, and terrible monsters. Such stories were born out of a time when man-eating wolves took on public personas as being the reincarnation of evil men, such as the wolf who terrified the people of Ansbach in 1865 until they captured him, dressed him in a man's clothes, and then hung him like a criminal. It's no surprise then that in many children's tales, the malevolent force often comes in the form of a devious wolf. To better aid in its deceptive ways, the wolf will often mask its evil intentions by adopting a physical disguise, or most interestingly, shape-shifting, to assume the form of a normal man. We see this in many German folk tales, like the Werewolf of Andernach, the Werewolf of Ponkert, and the White Wolf of the Harz Mountains. Stories about men being afflicted with lycanthropy because they have been cursed. But fantastic stories of supernatural beings lurking in European forests are of course only believable when read to small children. Certainly, such creatures have long been understood to be figments of human imagination. Why then do the following stories from military-aged men serving in various regions of Germany over the last 40 years seem to cast doubt on that presumption? To the contrary, these men insist they saw something that terrified them out of their wits. For want of a better word, because the creatures they saw vary in appearance, we might call them shapeshifters. But the Germans might call them by another name, Aufhocker. In essence, at least according to the Kurpai people of neighboring Poland, a skinwalker. This is the Smoke Pit, and these are true stories of skinwalkers in Germany. Claw marks on the generator.
Sergeant. Cadet Schaefer. How did the repairs go? Did you manage to get some fixed?
Negative, Sergeant.
Punished? By what?
I'm not sure, Sergeant. It looks like it was slashed. Maybe an animal or something? But the steel...
An animal?
Jawohl, Sergeant. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but...
So it's damaged and you're unable to repair it?
Affirmative, Sergeant. What can we do?
Well, the most we can do is tell the base command and put someone to guard the door, have the generator replaced. Good thing reporting this, Cadet Schaefer, but back to training with you. I'll handle this.
Yes, Sergeant, of course.
The following account was shared with the Paranormal Scholar by a man named Adolf Schaefer, a soldier who, at the time of his writing, was serving in the German Bundeswehr, the armed forces. Considering he uses the term East Germany, but provides no exact date, the first impression we got was that his story took place in possibly the 80s, before the German reunification after the Berlin Wall fell. However, considering he also stated that he was a Feldwebel, or sergeant, at the time of his writing, which had to have been submitted in the last 10 years, it also gives the impression that the story has taken place much more recently. So perhaps he simply meant he was training in the east of Germany, in the same way an American soldier might say that they are stationed in the eastern United States. Whatever the case, he recounts to us an unnerving encounter he had during his time in basic training. He writes, "I am not easily scared. When my experience occurred, I was a cadet in boot camp in East Germany. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We were doing drill courses whilst the base was having technical problems with the electric grid, which was uncommon considering it had just been inspected days earlier, and nothing I noticed that time was really that odd. Except a few of us kept hearing these eerie, unexplainable noises coming from one of the head buildings nearby where the water is kept during 5-minute breaks. But skip ahead a few hours to around 8 o'clock. The power was going in and out again, and the drill sergeant had told me and 3 others to go fix it. So me and the others grabbed flashlights and tools and went to the basement where the generators are located. We found the first backup generator, and it was turned off, but operable as expected. It was the same with the second generator. The third generator was the largest main source of power on the base. The first thing I noticed were the scratches. This seemingly super hard to break hunk of metal had what I think were scratches and cuts, claw marks, piercing its outer metal shell like a buzzsaw. So deep, the scratches had cut the cords inside and had damaged the batteries as though they were paper. After a moment of thinking, I knew this couldn't have been a person doing this, seeing as nothing any cadet had could cut through that tough metal so easily. I immediately rushed up the stairs to tell my drill sergeant, hoping he would know what to do. He told me the most we can do is tell base command and put someone to guard the door and have the generator replaced. Good thing reporting this, Cadet Schaefer. Schaefer, after receiving a pat on the back and commendation for his report, was then told to resume his daily training activities, which went without further incident. Still, the nonchalance displayed by his sergeant at being told that someone, or some kind of animal, had ripped through one of the base's power generators did little to quell the young cadet's concerns. At best, there was an apparent saboteur running amok on their base. At worst, well, he didn't like to think about it. As the sun set and the cadets retired to their bunks, Schaefer must have drifted off into what was an uneasy sleep. And it didn't last long. He continues. Some hours later, sometime in the night, I can't be exactly sure when, I heard scratching noises, but not from the basement. They were too close and too loud, as if they were in the sleeping quarters. After that moment of realization, I open my eyes and I look around, and I saw what I thought was someone in the corner going through a bag. But when I looked around the rest of the room, sheer terror came into me because all the other bunks were full. Every one. So I thought to myself, wait, the hell? But then, as if it had heard what I was thinking, this thing, what I thought was a person, in the corner, turned to face me. It was pale gray, with no nose, and had claws, like razors. This thing was skinny, and at least 2 feet taller than my 6-foot self. After that, I just froze in a blank stare of horror, and in my mind, seconds turned to minutes, minutes to hours, and hours turned into what felt like days. Ultimately, I think I passed out in terror, because all I remember after that is waking up to my buddies and Sergeant looking at me while talking to me, telling me I looked sick. And I felt sick too, like all energy from me was drained for days on end. I swear, during my entire military career, I have never been so afraid since that night. Even in my own mundane military experience, being in the Marines, boot camp can get weird at night. Sleeping in a large open squad bay with a concrete floor, we would always hear the occasional recruit crying in his sleep or waking up suddenly and screaming, "Aye, aye, sir." But after a long day of marching, studying, and generally being run into the ground every day by our drill instructors, sleep was a precious thing to have. The only things that ever woke me up were severe leg cramps, needing to use the head, or having a red light shined in my eyes and being told, "Hey, you got fire watch." There was a time when the drill instructors started screaming at a kid who they caught writing letters to his girlfriend while sitting on the toilet. There was a guy in the bunk next to mine. He had caught pink eye, like most of us, and they'd given him some saline eye drops to kind of help alleviate it. Well, he woke up with his eyes all crusty, I guess, in the middle of the night, and went to reach for his eye drop bottle. He grabbed a small bottle of rifle cleaning fluid, and he put that in his eye. I thought somebody was stabbing him, right? He's screaming like crazy. And we also had one strange guy, which I think every platoon must have. Once the lights were off, it was probably the first week we were in boot camp, I heard this shh, 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 like this weird sound. And I turn over the side of my bunk to see what the sound is, because it's getting closer, and I see this guy about basically upside down from my perspective from underneath the bunk next to me. I was the last bunk on the row, so he's made it all the way to the end, and he's like Spider-Manning himself underneath the bunks, like dragging his back across the floor. I was like, why? Like, what are you doing? Like, go to bed. And he just smiles at me and he goes, "Hey," and proceeds to pull himself back under the bed and then disappear. I don't even remember in my mind who it was. Like, you'd think that I was probably very tired, but you'd think you'd remember, like, which guy was that, like the next day. I don't remember, but yeah, just some weird guy in our platoon that would do that on a nightly basis. Harmless, but still creepy. With respect to Sergeant Schaefer, he also said that he was awoken by something making noise in his berthing that night. And like the stories I shared, regardless of how bizarre it was, he assures us that he's certain of what he saw. But like many unexplained encounters, I don't doubt that this will be written off by many as a dream. We've all had nightmares that felt as if we were truly living them, and what a relief, right, it was to finally wake up. It doesn't explain what he saw previously in the day, along with 2 other cadets, and reported to his drill sergeant about the generator being slashed open. But for the sake of argument, even if it was merely a dream or perhaps a vision of some kind, such a surreal experience is arguably no less terrifying. But we will come to find out that Schaefer's experience is not at all that unique. Delving into the vast realm of German legends and folklore, we come upon a creature known locally as the Aufhocker. Said to be found skulking in the night around bridges, cemeteries, and forest paths, the Aufhocker, or Huckup, is a malevolent demonic entity that is known to take many physical forms. In regional tales, the Aufhocker is said to be a huge, black, vampiric dog, which walks on its hind legs and singles out those people who travel alone at night. Depending on its chosen prey, however, the Aufhocker will morph its size and shape accordingly in order to overpower their helpless victim. Beyond its wolfish facade, this entity has also been known to assume other physical forms, including that of a beautifully seductive woman. Sounds like the kitsune in the Japanese lore, something like that, and the gray, ghoulish appearance of an undead corpse. Its name, translated from German as leap upon, is indicative of the demon's preferred method of attack. Once their target is chosen, often a criminal, thief, or some sort of wrongdoer, the Aufhocker will jump onto their backs, latching on with an unbreakable death grip, Their prey, caught off guard and panicked, will soon be drained of all energy in their attempts to resist. Just ties in with what Schaefer said about losing all of his energy, at least in some respect. Considering the creatures are said to have some perception of a person's criminal history, this would seem to merely be a work of fiction, meant to instill superstitious fears in children at a young age of the dangers of walking alone at night, and certainly to stop them from stealing. In other renditions, however, the creatures are far more animalistic in their bloodlust. After latching onto their victim's back, instead of gradually wearing them down, the Alfalker will use its claws and fangs to maul the defenseless human's throat, ripping it to shreds as their target then drowns in their own blood. While looking into this malevolent entity commonly spoken of in Germanic folklore, it does make Adolf Schaefer's story all the more intriguing. With the creature's ghoulish appearance, combined with its notable set of claws, as recalled in the sergeant's story, we must ask what interest would such a creature have in prowling German military bases and slashing their generators? But if the next story is worth its salt, it would appear that such creatures are by no means strangers to encounters with people who spend all hours of the day and night working in remote areas. And by that, of course, I mean military personnel. Hey guys, because of your support, the last few years have been an incredible run for the channel, and I just wanted to be the first here today to announce that I have finally launched the Wartime Stories podcast. Together with the help of Ballin Studios, you guys know Mr. Ballin, right? Navy SEAL veteran, teller of the strange, dark, and mysterious in story format. We've remastered episodes of Wartime Stories for audio only. Now, while you might say, well, can I just continue to watch here on YouTube? Of course, absolutely. But with the assistance of Ballin Studios' incredible team, I am also able to produce exclusive episodes for the podcast that you won't be able to get anywhere else. We've also got a brand new episode up right now. You guys don't understand how exciting this is for me. For years, I've been sitting on this mountain of stories that I'm just itching to tell, and now I finally can. So, if you don't want to miss anything strange, dark, and mysterious told in the Wartime Stories format, please make sure that you subscribe here and are following the podcast. The style of the episodes will remain the same as they are here exactly. There's just going to be a lot of new, amazing stories that you haven't heard yet that we will be covering in the coming weeks, and new episodes will be dropping every Monday. Rest assured, our team is going to continue to bring you the type of animated stories that you love on YouTube, and now both remastered and exclusive audio episodes on the podcast as well. So make sure you go to any platform you get your podcasts and gently smash the follow button on the Wartime Stories podcast. Again, there are episodes up right now, including a brand new podcast exclusive about terrifying paranormal military encounters that you haven't heard yet. And trust me, you'll want to hear this one and the others that are coming down the pike. So make sure you go follow the Wartime Stories podcast, and please leave a rating and a review on the podcast if you can too. It really does help. Again, new episodes will drop every Monday. Thank you to all of my loyal viewers and now listeners of Wartime Stories. The Night Stag.
Sometimes I think I should have been a pilot. Hey, flying cabs must be nice.
You'd think so, but I don't have the brains for it. And as I say, it's not a matter of if you crash, it's when.
Yeah, truer words.
Sage advice. You seen the new flick yet? Raiders of the Lost Ark?
I haven't. I've been meaning to take the wife once we're off rotation. Why? You seen it? How was it?
It's not bad. It's got that Han Solo bloke in it, and Connery, and Nazis. I'll have to just wait till you find out. I shouldn't spoil it for you, but you are not going to... But hang on a minute.
What is it? Something about the film?
No.
What? What's wrong?
Do you see that? Over there. By the tree line about 80 meters out.
Who the hell is that?
More like, what the hell is that?
It's gotta be a person. He's standing upright. Costume or something.
It's way too early for Halloween, mate. That's an animal of some kind.
In the early 1980s, the Cold War, now simmering for the better part of 40 years, had the forces of NATO and the Soviet Union teetering on the edge of an all-out war, while looming hypothetical World War III was largely thought to be determined by the thousands of nuclear warheads leveled at one another across the Iron Curtain. The armies of the free world at this time deployed millions of troops to Western Europe. Working alongside regional and international allies, these troops prepared and trained for this coming war, intending to be the rock that would break the coming red tide. For a young British soldier named Francis, all of this only meant countless hours of overnight drills in preparation for a mighty struggle that would ultimately never come. On one such night in 1981, Francis, then stationed in West Germany, tells us that he found himself in an open field some 60 miles south of the city of Detmold. With the help of another soldier, these two men were tasked with establishing an HLZ, a helicopter landing zone, in order for their unit's squadron to practice some routine night touch-and-goes, landings and takeoffs. That afternoon, they arrived at this field, which was commonly used for military exercises, and went about the procedures as they had done dozens of times before without incident. As it got dark and the crickets came out, the stillness of the night was only occasionally interrupted by the comings and goings of the helicopters. With little else to do but to stand by the field and observe these helicopter exercises until they were concluded, Francis and his friend did what all true Brits do when they had a bit of downtime. They made tea and casual conversation, something to keep them warm against the chilly night air. As yet one more helicopter touched down and lifted back off into the sky, the sound of its rotor blades rippling off into the distance, the two Tommies were once again left alone on the desolate landing zone, or so they thought. Around 1:30 a.m., as the two men eagerly awaited for the arrival of the final helicopter so they could pack up and leave, one of the men spotted something on the far side of the landing zone. Francis recounts what he saw. I looked to where he was pointing, and standing on the edge of the woods, about 80 meters across, the clearing was a figure. It was a full moon, so it was quite bright and stood out easy to see. It stood on two legs, about 7 or 8 feet tall. It had yellow eye shine, and the body kind of shimmered in the moonlight. It made no sound, and it just really put the shits up us. It just stood there, watching us. We then heard the last cab getting closer to us, coming in for a landing, and at that point, this thing then dropped onto all fours and backed back into the woods. As soon as that cab left, we packed up and were out of there. We had a track to drive down to get back to the main road, and we must have done that at 60 miles an hour to get out of there. We never said anything to anyone, as it's not the thing to do. A brave soldier fighting the Russian hordes, but being frightened of the woods is not the image you want to give. But after that night, I avoided doing night landing sites and never felt comfortable in the woods on exercises doing night stags. We both know what we saw and didn't imagine it. I know Germany has a lot of werewolf and cryptid stories, but that night, I got well and truly shit scared and can remember it like it was last night. Lying in wait. For many paranormal enthusiasts or those fascinated by cryptozoology, the creatures supposedly encountered in these two stories will almost certainly ring familiar with another infamous, malevolent supernatural being commonly spoken of in Native American lore. It would seem that the Ulfhulkr, despite being half a world away from the American mainland, shares more than a few similarities with the feared Skinwalker, and possibly even another creature known as a rake or pale crawler. Skinwalkers are described as evil beings or corrupt witches that have the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as animals. While there are certainly some differences between the Skinwalkers and their German counterparts, in a world rife with strange, dark, and mysterious encounters, they certainly seem to be cut from the same demonic cloth. This is all the more interesting when considering the vast geographic and cultural differences of these entities, which has no less garnered the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and investigators. One such person, a British author by the name of Lee Brickley, was keen to discover the shared connections various shape-shifting entities had in seemingly unconnected cultures all over the world. He recounted his many findings in his book entitled Skinwalkers. Traveling to Germany to follow up on leads of a few supposed shapeshifter encounters, Brickley found himself in the company of a man named Stefan Richter, who, alongside his family in late 2020, claimed to have also encountered one of these nefarious beings while walking in the woods. Stefan, along with his wife and 2 young children, were getting ready to go for one of their morning walks along the trails in the Rehand forest near their home in Brandenburg, which is just a few miles from the center of Berlin. Oddly enough, Stefan's children, usually enthusiastic about adventuring in the outdoors, apparently woke up that morning with a strange aversion to the forest. He recalls, "The children usually love our walks in the forest. It is their happy place, but something was different that morning. It was almost as if they were scared of something. Both were quiet and reserved, and neither wanted to venture far away from us. It was very out of character for them to act that way." Despite concern that his children may be coming down with some sort of illness, the family continued with their morning ritual. After all, what better remedy is there for a common cold than a couple of hours breathing in some fresh air? And so the Richter family made their way to the Rehand forest, setting off on their trek along a narrow, winding path. As they walked further into the woods, the canopy overhead grew denser, shrouding the family below in darkness. And although Stephen couldn't quite define it, something in the woods, unseen or unheard, now had him on edge. It was his wife that saw it first, freezing in her tracks, her eyes fixed at a nearby point in the surrounding trees. When asked what was wrong, Stefan's wife, in a shaking voice, said that there was someone watching them from a point beyond the trees. When asked what was wrong, Stefan's wife, in a shaking voice, told him. He said, "She stopped dead in her tracks and told me there was someone watching us from beyond the trees. I couldn't see anyone, so I told her, no, not to worry." The children seemed to be getting more upset though, and a few minutes later, my wife saw the figure in the distance for a second time and refused to continue walking. Stefan told his family to stay put and then walked ahead to see if he could see anyone for himself. And he did. He said, "He was a huge man, crouching down with what looked like an entire wolf skin draped over his head, shoulders, and back. He looked like something out of a Viking movie. I took a few steps closer, but I stood on a stick that snapped and made a loud noise. The figure in front of me turned around in an instant, and I could see that it wasn't entirely human. The eyes were bright yellow. It looked straight at me before transforming in front of my very eyes. It was almost as if the wolf skin the creature wore grew over its entire body in seconds. It changed from a man into a wolf, and then began running towards myself and my family. I carry a hunting knife, and all I could think to do was to throw it in the direction of the beast. While he wasn't sure if he hit the thing or not, throwing the knife at it was apparently enough to send this unearthly creature running back deeper into the woods. Leaving the knife behind, Stefan and his wife, scooping up their terrified children, tore out of the woods as fast as they could, lest this wolf, or whatever it was, chose to come back. While the story itself was quite outlandish, Brickley, having spent the better part of the last few days with the family, had come to trust them. If anything, Stefan's retelling seemed to take an emotional toll on the man, clearly calling up a memory that he would much rather leave buried. With the Rahan Forest a mere 5 minutes down the road from the Richter household, Brickley inquired about possibly going to the site where they encountered the shapeshifter. Stefan reluctantly agreed and then led Brickley into the woods. And much to their surprise, they found the very hunting knife that he had talked about. And chillingly, its blade was covered in the unmistakable stain of dried blood. Realizing that they may very well be in the possession of some sort of cryptid DNA, Brickley said that he insisted on finding a local blood lab and having the knife tested. Not realizing at first that they might inadvertently be suspected of murder if the knife was found with human blood, the final results of the blood tests were otherwise just as baffling as they were terrifying. The blood lab technician was confused. According to the private company that had tested the blood samples, the DNA didn't match any animal native to German soil. In fact, it didn't seem to come from any known animal in their extensive database. The closest DNA match, at 96%, was that of the steppe wolf. However, this species was almost entirely confined to the region of Siberia, the other side of the continent of Asia. She told them such an animal being sighted should be immediately reported to the authorities. Still, she said there were notable discrepancies in its DNA profile that prohibited experts from definitively identifying it. In the end, the two men and the DNA experts were at a complete loss. During his travels, Brickley would encounter more than a handful of individuals in Germany who would share similar stories to Stefan's. Embarking on an excursion to Poland with a local man, he met the man's sister, Elsa, who lived shoulder to shoulder with the indigenous Kurpai people in the White Wilderness Forest. In their culture, they believed that such shape-shifting creatures descended from the stars many thousands of years ago, establishing themselves all over the world. The White Wilderness Forest, she explained, served as a sort of portal for these creatures to easily access the human world in greater numbers, much akin to what Skinwalker Ranch is in America. According to her husband, a Kurpai native, the American Skinwalker and the beings stalking the forest were one in the same. Elsa would warn Brickley that, much like the Navajo and Hopi tribes in America, the Kurpai rarely share such tales with outsiders, fearing that the attention brought to such creatures will only increase their power, and that it is best just to ignore them. Considering more than a few people have reported encountering such entities, what can we say? With its many dark forests, long rumored to harbor every kind of evil thing, could the many centuries of children's fables attributed to Germany have some shred of truth to them? While these encounters are of course not exclusive to those serving in the military, it would seem at least a couple of soldiers would say that there is. With regard to their accounts, fantastical and otherworldly as they seem, perhaps they are telling us the truth, that the world is far stranger than we could have imagined. Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the after action here in the credits. Didn't want to forget to mention, don't forget to check out the podcast. If you're looking for a brand new episode after finishing this one, we've got one over there. I don't want to give it away, but it's a interesting encounter in a place that I've been in the military. It's another creature encounter. Curious what you guys will think about it. But as far as this story is concerned, the creatures obviously weren't all lined up as being like dogmen. But as I kind of researched this topic with Jake, I got a sense that if you look up Ulfhokar, the creature, it's supposed to come in different shapes and sizes, like it's a shapeshifter, and goblin or woman or wolf or other creatures. So I just got this sort of sense that there's no categorizing this creature. We do have other dogmen stories, and I know Bedtime Stories has covered dogmen creatures or werewolves in Germany and other places in Europe. So it's not an uncommon phenomenon to hear talked about, whatever the cause is. But in the case of the cadets' experience, even if it is a dream, you wonder, spiritually speaking, dreams can be influenced, right? Let's say the Bible talks about people having visions that were given to them, and they saw a lot of strange things in those visions, but that gives you the sense that dreams and visions kind of go hand in hand. You can even have a vision while you're awake. So, whatever spiritual entity, spiritual force is causing it, if that is the case, right, we'll never understand, I'm sure. But these people see things, they have an experience that leaves an impact on them. In closing, I guess I keep bumping into this as it was discussed and as I found out through the research and reading those books, that the Kurpai people in Poland are of the opinion that the Skinwalkers in America and the creatures in Europe are one and the same. So you keep bumping into that sort of, all of these creatures are somehow connected, or all of these creatures are of the same ilk, even though they're spotted in different countries and they're called by different names, and there's a long history of lore, of encounters and things with them. I'm sure that's something we'll keep bumping into in the future. But thank you guys so much for listening, for watching, for checking out the podcast if you do choose to do so. I will be producing more episodes on there because we can put out a lot more audio than we can video at this point. So please go and check it out. Drop a like, drop a subscribe. And all I can say now is thank you so much to my supporters, my YouTube channel members, my patrons, people who support the channel through purchasing merchandise and many other ways. Thank you guys for your incredible support and helping me carry the channel this far. May God be with you no matter what you are dealing with. And I will see you in the next episode.
You said tell you a bedtime story? All right, well, let me give you a quick one. Once upon a time, there was a naughty, little crispy, little black adolescent child. In his neighborhood, he caused all type of ruckus and turmoil, knocking over people's mailboxes, breaking fire extinguishers, stealing pieces of chicken out the local fried chicken spot off the display, telling the donut shop owners that to look over there's a roach so he can grab a quick glazed donut and go, tripping old people as they walk. He'd be walking, kids would be playing soccer, and would kick the ball in his area. He would say, all right, I'll throw it back. Throw it in the canal. And then one day, this black crispy critter with nappy ass hair, just mad at the world for no reason, decided to take a different way home. He decided to take a different way home. He was out causing turmoil, ruckus all fucking day. Right? He started to come home a little bit late, a little bit later than usual. So he starts walking down the alley, this dark alley. And he hears a noise and it goes, and he's like, the fuck? He starts looking around. He thought it was a dog eating on an old piece of steak that was just thrown out. There was a rotted piece of steak out there. He thought maybe a dog had slobbered it up. And he starts walking and he hears this again. This time he hears it twice. And now he's just freaked out. Usually this crispy ass kid was the bully. He was not really the bully, but the troublemaker. So shit didn't fear him. But for some reason, this dude was scared. And he's walking still. And for some reason, this dude decided to start to run. Now, you know, when you run, a dog's going to chase you. When you run, you're liable to get chased. So he starts running. And as he was about to hop the gate, something grabs him like, get your black ass down here. It pulls him, forces his face onto the concrete. He looked up, he didn't see anything. All he felt was a strong presence, an invisible presence as he looked around scared. Like, Lady Kelly. He just couldn't, he couldn't get up. He just felt overpowered. He just had to kind of succumb to what's going to happen. Next thing you know, he feels his boxers rip off. He feels his fucking belt buckles snap. And before you know it, some sort of being or deity shoves something up his ass, and he's like, ah! And this thing is just thrusting him, just destroying his insides. And he just lays there like, just getting fucked by this deity being, this invisible black spirit. And then he wakes up in the alley 3 hours later, face down, side of his face full of gravel. Feels something wet. As he gets up, he's in a puddle of something. And then he gets up. As he gets up and he starts to wipe and his eyes start to barely crack open. And he smells something that comes from a different dimension, from a different side of the numbers. And he feels it in his ass crack. And he takes it and he looks, and it's highlighted green matrix juice, you bitch ass nigga. Don't ever ask me to tell you a motherfucking story again. He was just laying there in matrix juice, just a puddle of bust matrix juice from this weird matrix monster that came and fucked him through a different dimension. There's your fucking bedtime story. Take your black ass to bed.
He has to take an injection and then he can do it. But dual wielding is of course stupendous. 106 doesn't even seem to reload any slower than when he's only using one gun, and the dual-wielded shotguns are the single greatest things to ever have graced my computer screen. 106 has 2 separate weapon slots, but if you dual-wield, you can technically carry 4 weapons in 2 pairs, which also actually gives you more ammo than if you just carried 2 different weapons without dual-wielding. The only thing is that when you reload while dual-wielding, it does that usual, reload off-screen thing, and I really wish Jacob took a crack at trying to animate the reloads. But again, I totally get it, no points off. I understand that is a tall order, but maybe next time, that would just be mind-boggling to see. Alright, so for the last part of this gameplay section, I'm going to discuss 106's health. Interestingly enough, even though 106 is a super strong master killer guy of death, he can still die to basic punches and kicks from enemy units. Yes, in some cases, a kick from an enemy can even do more damage to him than being shot does, which somehow actually feels incredibly fitting for Trepang Squared, considering how proudly it wears its silly video game logic on its sleeve. Regardless, depending on the difficulty, 106 can either be an indestructible tank or he can have about the same durability as a rotten watermelon, so how much health he has canonically is sort of up in the air, but I still find it pretty impressive that he can be shot multiple times and just shrug it off. 106 does not recharge his health and armor automatically, he can only get his health back to a certain threshold, and if he wants to heal beyond that, he needs to pick up medkits which will heal the rest of the way for him. And you know who drops medkits and armor for him? That's right, enemies. Once again, yet another encouragement for the player to play aggressively. And that is about it. All of these aspects about 106's gameplay, his movement, his cloak, the hostage taking, the constant rewards you get for focus, stamina, and armor when you kill enemies, all combine to transform Trepang Squared from a generic, alright, here's 15 weapons and some non-hit scan enemies, have fun boomer shooter, to the weird, incredibly fast-paced tactical hit-and-run gunfu bonanza we all know and love. But even though 106's gameplay may be mindless chaos, his story is nowhere near as mindless as you may first think. Now, as I said before, 106 is the only playable character in Trepang Squared, so when some of you saw the title of this section, you may have assumed that I was going to rehash the whole story again since the entire game is basically his story, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'll just give a brief explanation of what a cycle is and a rundown of all the important story beats with 106 so we're all on the same page. As I said in the introduction of this video, 106 is a clone engineered by Task Force 27, a paramilitary wing of a global shadow organization called the Syndicate. The whole plot of Trepang Squared revolves around 106 systematically destroying the megacorporation created by another previous cycle named Anton Lazar, who rebelled against his creators and started using Horizon to fight against the Syndicate. 106 also battles another previous cycle only referred to as the Patriarch, who was created presumably to take control of an ancient powerful cult, but he too rebelled against his creators and began using his cult to fight the Syndicate as well. Little does 106 know that as a cycle, the Syndicate values him no more than they do the weapons he holds in each of his hands, and he consistently ignores or fails to pick up on each sign he is shown that indicates he's not making it out of this alive. The game's tagline, "Break the Cycle," is the act of rebelling against the Syndicate so that the endless cycle of clones being created, used, and killed after completing their assignments can finally end. In each main mission, 106 will interact with mysterious drones who will give him cryptic clues about his place in the world and download his memories to be uploaded to an unknown receiver. When 106 finally eliminates his primary target, Anton Lazar, he is betrayed by Task Force 27, who then attempt to burn him alive in the crematory beneath the safe house, where he is able to break free, barely defeat his successor, Subject 107, and detonate the safe house's convenient nuclear bomb, destroying most of Task Force 27 and presumably the cycle program along with them. The game ends with an interface showing that the drones 106 had interacted with were able to create a clone of him out of the memories he had uploaded to them, and his clone wakes up across from a familiar figure heavily implied to be Anton Lazar before he closes his eyes and the screen fades to black. Now obviously there's quite a bit I skipped over in that little summary, but since I've already made a video going through each mission of the game, I want to use this section of this video to discuss just just kind of 106's effect on the story and maybe ask or answer some additional questions related to that. Okay, so first off, 106 is actually technically not a completely silent protagonist, since you can hear him panting when he runs out of stamina, and you can also hear him breathe when he picks up a medkit. But of course, other than those instances, 106 will never say a word or make any other type of noise for the entire duration of the game. Obviously, as is routine with silent protagonists, that means we won't be getting much in the way of character out of him, so for basically all of Trepang Squared, he rarely actually interacts with the world beyond simply killing things and moving the plot forward. However, thankfully, the world of Trepang Squared is far more complex and dynamic than 106's character is, and one of my favorite things about this game's world building is how its inhabitants very realistically react to the living nightmare that is Subject 106. When I first played, as soon as I walked into the safe house after Site 14, I chuckled at the very visible bulletproof glass label that the Quartermaster and Rangemaster were hiding behind. I was initially surprised and suspicious at the very obvious mistrust they have for 106, but as the game progressed, I started thinking, yeah, maybe that's not so unreasonable of them. When 106 does something to increase his kill count by the population of a small Midwestern town, characters will oftentimes respond in disbelief or subdued horror to what he's done, and then they quickly remember to smack him on the back and say, good job, buddy. Enemies will constantly exclaim in fear as they fight him, newspapers report on the carnage he causes, even the Mothman does a confused little head tilt when it first sees him. It's just really clever how Trepang Studios took the trope of the unstoppable plot-armored protagonist, and instead of it being cool, it actually kind of adds to 106's horror aspect and furthers the design philosophy that he is the scariest monster of all. However, another interesting aspect of the game's world building is that it seems a good number of characters, particularly Task Force mercenaries, aren't all fully aware of what exactly the Cycle program is. They obviously know that he's a super soldier, and word of his exploits has even reached other task forces, but some characters, Raven in particular, drop subtle hints that suggest they don't actually know all the details. When approaching Raven's helicopter to travel to Site 83, he will tell 106 that he reminds him of the last guy he acted as a pilot for, almost certainly making reference to Subject 105, but there's no reason for Raven to say this if he knew that 106 was a clone. Raven is pretty interesting in his own right with how he interacts with 106. He's probably the closest thing 106 has to a quote-unquote friend in the whole game, but he too is kind of a nutcase himself. A lot of people seem to forget he was having a pretty fun time at Horizon HQ blowing up the civilians on that bridge, and he also blew up a couple choppers full of civilians at Site 44, so yeah, he might be getting a few thousand years in purgatory for those little stunts. Regardless, Raven speaks to 106 quite frequently and is the only character in the game who actually seems to care about how 106 may be feeling after being made to commit small genocides, and at the end of the Site 32 mission, he actually says something that seems to imply he can even talk with 106. However, the other character who famously does not care about 106 or his comrades or maybe anything besides her own goals is of course none other than the Director. The Director, despite being possibly the most talkative character in all of Trepang Squared, is probably the single most mysterious and enigmatic one in the entire game. She is so well written and well acted as this cold, calculating, straight up zealously single-minded commander that there is a legitimate debate in the community on whether or not she is even a human being. The Director is, you guessed it, the Administrative Director of Task Force 27, and she introduces herself to 106 when he arrives at the safe house after being broken free from Site 14. Interestingly, she says it's a pleasure to meet him, saying that Horizon had him locked away for a long time, which brings up some questions given that as Task Force 27's director, you'd think she'd probably be there for the creation of each cycle, but I digress. After welcoming him into Task Force 27, the Director acts as 106's handler in each mission of the game, which seems to be a pretty easy job since it mostly involves her just telling him to kill everything he sees and to blow up the place on his way out. The Director seldom thanks or congratulates 106 after he completes a mission and will frequently tell him to commit heinous acts, knowing full well that he will do them without even thinking of asking why. There isn't much else I can say about the Director as she relates to 106 other than to say I absolutely love how she completes the sort of twisted Master Chief Cortana Cortana dynamic that she and 106 have. You would expect the nice blue lady in your ear to act as your companion and guide during your adventures, but instead she makes you commit war crimes and acts just as apathetic and ruthless as 106 does, maybe even more so. She just fits so perfectly into Trepang Squared's darkly comedic world that I honestly have kind of a hard time hating her, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing her again. The last thing I want to mention that's sort of loosely related to 106 is the question of why don't the drones just tell him everything? Based on what the drones tell him, their purpose is very clearly to slowly lead him on. They never really outright tell him to stop what he's doing. So whoever is leaving these drones needs to be someone who wants Horizon, the Cult, and Task Force 27 dead. I, for one, really hope it is not Anton Lazar leaving these drones, because that raises far more questions than it answers, and it would mean he was playing 5D chess against literally everybody else in the game using 106 as his only pawn. So that's going to be way harder than just saying it's a third party. I like to think that Lazar and 106 are caught in something far bigger, and I'm happy to say that seems to be the implication based on Lazar's dreams, his phone message, and the nondescript scientist in the room with them in the true ending. However, again though, this is another enormous discussion for a different video, and I think I've said what I wanted to say with it here, so it's time for me to wrap this section up. 106's role in the story of Trepang Squared is fascinating, subversive, and fun, acting both as a villain and a hero, taking lives and saving them, completing his cycle and breaking it, living as a monster and dying as a human. But now that we know what 106 does in the spectacular tale of Trepang Squared, what is the guy himself actually like? As has been made abundantly clear by myself and everybody else who's ever made a video on Trepang Squared, one of the game's most prominent running themes is that you are playing as the monster. I mean, I think I've already said enough in this video alone to get that point across. Even 106's theme song sounds way too chaotic and almost creepy to be music made for a standard video game hero. Intel logs, his gameplay, his general activities throughout the story of Trepang Squared, and various other factors characterize 106 as an unyielding beastly killer who will destroy anything or anyone who dares draw his ire. However, as you play through the game, you'll see he's far from being completely one-dimensional and can sometimes come across less like a murderous psychopath and more like a flippant goofball. Okay, now bear with me on this next part. We're about to go way off the rails here, but please just wait until the end before you leave a comment, because now I must discuss what I call the silent protagonist dilemma. I'll just say it right off the bat. When I hear a game has a silent protagonist, I hear that it has no protagonist. They are inherent missed opportunities, and it's a shame that for a lot of developers, it seems to be the default decision for the player character. I don't think I've ever understood the design philosophy that silent protagonists are supposed to be blank slates for the player to imprint themselves onto. To me, they always have the opposite effect and take me out of the world way more than they bring me into it. I can ignore the fact that the concept alone is completely absurd, an otherwise normal human being never talking, you know, whatever, it's a video game. But the idea that silent protagonists are the quote-unquote safe route to take when designing a player character is just baffling to me. Look, take Kyle Crane from Dying Light for example. Every time this guy opened his mouth while I was playing, he said exactly what I was thinking. He brought me into the world of Dying Light so much more than any silent protagonist ever could, because he actually interacts with other characters beyond just mindlessly doing what they ask him and effortlessly saving the world like your standard silent protagonist would. He shows fear, heartbreak, happiness, sadness, and he even cracks a fair bit of jokes and talks to himself when he's thinking sometimes. He, as the player character, and by extension me, my avatar in the world, acts impeccably as the bridge between me and the lights on my computer screen. When a character dies, he doesn't just stand there with some blank expression on his face like a silent protagonist would. The guy cries and screams. When he's triumphant, he hoots and hollers. And in one of my all-time favorite video game moments ever, when the villain is monologuing, he tells him to
just shut the fuck up!
He embodies the whole idea behind a player character. You can immerse yourself into the world with him. He mirrors your emotions and behaviors. Why instead would you have one that doesn't show any at all in the hopes that you forget just how unlike you they're always acting? Silent protagonists create a massive disconnect between the world of a game and the player they are trying to act as a bridge for, because ironically, they're not a blank slate for the player, they're a literal blank empty void in the world. They're nothing beyond the thing that completes all the missions and defeats the bad guy. They're not me. You may as well not even have a character model and just have me play as a floating gun. Now hold on to your comments, I'm not done yet, because I know some of you are very wisely saying, what if the execution falls flat though? What if the player character says things I'm not thinking or does things I don't want to do? Well, this brings me to my next point, which is the fact that when you play a game, how often do you even think of yourself as the player character anyway? I always think of myself as only their controller, and I'm just along for the ride, getting to experience the story with them, but never really as them. When I play Doom and I control the magnificently powerful Doomslayer, I never really think of him as me. I always think of him as just the guy I'm playing as. Even when given the option to make your character as similar to you as possible in like an RPG game or something, a lot of you guys will even choose to play as women. Now, no judgment or anything, of course, that's obviously not what I'm trying to say. I'm just illustrating the point that how often do you actually immerse yourself into a video game as yourself? We're all more than content to play as things very different from us, like super soldiers, robots, animals, or women, and that's fine, because it's not about being yourself in the game, it's about relating to a character within the world, right? Throw all that blank slate nonsense out the window and write a character, man. It's not hard. I mean, look at Jack from Titanfall 2, dude. The guy's got like 5 lines of dialogue a mission, and he's in one of the most iconic human-robot relationships in video game history. He doesn't have any emotional baggage, he doesn't have any flaws, he doesn't even really have a character arc. He's just a good dude through and through, going on an adventure with his robot buddy. He speaks or shuts up whenever it's needed, and it works like a charm. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that you should always try for a voiced protagonist, because by definition, silent protagonists remove the bridge between the player and the game by acting as the inherent blank slate that they are, removing any opportunity for emotional connection between player and protagonist. A silent protagonist is no protagonist. Now hang on just a little bit longer, because I am well aware that there are of course exceptions, and 106 is indeed one of them, so please allow me to clarify. First off, some of you may have been saying from the beginning that so what if a silent protagonist is no protagonist, and you're absolutely right, a lot of games do essentially go without a protagonist just fine. As a matter of fact, one of the most iconic video game protagonists in video game history has never vocalized so much as even a single grunt for the 27 years he has existed. But again, the point I'm trying to make is not really that they're bad, but they're a missed opportunity. Half-Life isn't good because Gordon Freeman never speaks, it's in spite of it. The rest of the game is just good enough to make up for all the character and connection that he fails to provide. Secondly, the other exception is that silent protagonists as characters very much can work, and work well if they are characterized properly. You didn't think I was just gonna passively mention the Doomslayer and not give him his much-deserved credit, did you? This guy is the quintessential self-aware silent protagonist. The game acknowledges that he may as well be a floating gun, and that's the whole point. The Doomslayer isn't supposed to be you or me. He isn't supposed to mirror our emotions. There's only one emotion he's got, and that's all he needs to be the protagonist of a game where you run around and kill demons for 15 hours. His silence is precisely what gives him his character. In that one iconic segment where he strolls through the UAC base with all the people desperately trying to get a handle on things, everyone stops and looks at him, and him not saying a word is exactly what makes the scene so intimidating and awesome. But see, this is what I'm saying. His silence gives him character. We're not doing that whole blank slate thing where he's supposed to be you. He's most definitely not you. He's the Doomslayer, a unique character in the world. Now that finally brings me back to Trepang Squared and Subject 106, who employs the same exact technique as the Doomslayer, using silence not as a cheap way to avoid an extra voice actor, but instead to provide actual character. 106's silence is used to emphasize his lack of humanity, make him unnerving, and lead you to question his ambiguous morality, which I will elaborate on more later. Plus, in the game world, he seems to be suggested to be mute anyway, which is the third exception to the silent protagonist rule, being that you literally characterize them as just being unable to talk in the first place. Okay, now I think I'm all done and I can actually start talking talking about 106 again. Boy, that was the most fun I've had writing for a video in a long time. I might make that into a full video one day, and I hope you guys were able to see where I'm coming from. I also hope I didn't come across as snobby or whiny or anything. That's not my intention. I'm just trying to make a point, not make anyone feel stupid or myself seem smart. And please don't take my word as gospel. By all means, disagree. I'd really like to see your comments on the matter, even if, you just want to call me a dummy. I'll still give you the little heart next to your picture because I read all the comments and I love each one. Okay, so with that long-winded tangent finally being finished, let me explain now why I even brought it up in the first place. The last thing I said before I started talking about the whole silent protagonist thing is that there are times where 106's humanity is explicitly shown in the game. However, seeing as how he is a silent protagonist, this means that all the character we get out of him has to be interpreted through nothing else besides his animations and what other characters say about him. The only times in the entirety of Trepang Squared we see cracks in 106's vicious exterior is whenever certain characters die that he has some sort of connection to. This is first seen most notably in Site 14, where 106 gives his predecessor and rescuer Subject 105 a respectful pat on the shoulder when he sees 105 has completed his cycle, which not only hints that the two may have history, it also shows 106 can actually feel some degree of empathy for other people and hints at the deeper history of Subject 105, who is actually mentioned quite a few times in the game despite only appearing very briefly in it. On that topic, if we move on to the Site 44 mission, which has another instance of 106 showing despondency after a certain event, when he enters the Omega-4 cloning chambers, the barely living remains of Subject 95, Dr. Emerson actually recognizes him as 105 and not 106. I'll get back to Site 44 later, but at the end of the mission, we see another clear instance of 106 actually displaying something other than complete apathy, slowly lowering his head while Raven implies he looks visibly uncomfortable and decides the two of them should just go home. Third, we of course have the Task Force 6-3 mission, which sees 106 deployed to a friendly Task Force base where he is to assist the personnel there in defending against a Horizon attack. We all know what happens. The attack is too overwhelming for the combined efforts of the two task forces, and in an instance where a group of 6-3 soldiers have virtually no hope of escaping the base without being captured, the director orders 106 to kill them, which he does. Even though he still gets a stamina boost after killing them, which would suggest it's giving him adrenaline and dopamine, the ending of the level is the single most clear depiction of 106 actually shaken up over something. In other circumstances where he battles against horrific nigh indestructible monsters or barely survives the incomprehensible influence of an unknowable anomaly, 106 will quite literally brush the dust off his shoulder and carry on. It's only when he does something wrong to people he feels don't deserve it that he begins to question things. Other than these three times though, 106, in keeping with Trepang Squared's tongue-in-cheek tone, is comically indifferent to the world around him. Him being a silent protagonist actually benefits in helping push the characterization of him
morning, strangers say hello to me. Tomorrow their names will be carved on the stone. We're going home, but I'm a terrible liar. Forgive me, that's not the art of prayer. For the sake of the day, keep crying out. Swing the soul, swing the soul, swing the freaking soul down. Hellfire, hellfire, bring it on, Buster! Hellfire, 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 all the way back going down with us. Those who dream of heaven. Those who dream of heaven never last very long. The running flash and dirty sky infect my wounds. We're dying, I'm alive, alive, alive. Forgive me, just get me out of this hell. For faith and the day, keep crying out. Swing the soul, swing the soul, swing the freaking soul now. I must be that way, lives can't hear my commands, but still I can. I must be that way, lives can't hear my commands, but still I can't see the way. Oh, I am the reaper, took my place in the world, that's why I have to go.
him as this ultimate badass who is so powerful he doesn't care about anything. I've always found silent protagonists' indifference to everything not only extremely boring, but also kind of creepy and unnatural as opposed to endearing. And yet again, Trepang Studios took an outdated and unoriginal concept and executed it in a way that feels refreshing, since the core design philosophy of 106 is that he's supposed to be really creepy, so again, more character as opposed to just absence of it. Trepang Squared is one of the few games I've played where the silent protagonist walking into the horrific realm of nightmare hell torture and not so much as changing their expression actually makes sense. He really would not give a shit. And it seems that Task Force 27 is aware of this too. One of the funniest things I noticed when first playing is that a lot of missions, they don't even give 106 a proper stealthy insertion or anything. They either just leave him at the front door or throw him out the side where he can fall through a window. They never treat him as like some kind of infiltrator assassin. They just drop him in and let him go to work. In addition, 106 has no living quarters or any other accommodations in the safe house. He just has a locker, the combat simulator, and strangely a little gramophone that never seems to actually play any music. In any other game, this would just be lazy world building, but here it's even more characterization of 106 as being nothing more than a living weapon. He has no personal items, no voice, the guy doesn't even have a name, and here all that lack of characterization actually works to the story's benefit instead of its detriment. 106's lack of humanity and personality isn't something you're not supposed to acknowledge because he's a blank slate for you. It's deliberately there so that when you actually see moments of character shine through, it knocks your socks off. It's also there to remind you that once again, you are not playing as you. When characters are begging 106 for mercy, desperately trying to get him to remember who he is, and he just ignores everybody and keeps moving towards the betrayal I was honestly expecting since the Pandora Institute, I, as the player, am not frustrated in any way because I know I'm not playing as me, I'm playing as Subject 106, a single-minded brainwashed doofus whose only goal in life is to do whatever boss lady tells him to do. I'm just really glad that Trepang Studios didn't fall too far into the pitfall of the whole blank slate thing because boy, it would not have worked for this story. The only problem I have with 106 as a silent protagonist is that other characters in the game still do that thing where they pretend he can talk sometimes. Like people do that come in 106, come in 106, and I'm sitting there like, dude, he doesn't talk. Why are you trying to get him to respond? That's always a little annoying to me whenever I'm playing as a silent protagonist, and again, that's the disconnect between what I want to do and what my character actually does, but other than that, he's pretty good. As a matter of fact, what I'll be talking about next elevates 106 from pretty good to the single greatest morally ambiguous protagonist I have ever played as in my entire life. Serenity and how it applies to the story of Trepang Squared reframes it from a generic power fantasy game about Mr. Badass awesomely killing everything to a humble story about conflicted souls forced to do horrible things and their struggles to obtain the humanity that was never given to them. At least, as with all stories, that's depending on how you see it. Earlier in the video, I mentioned that Serenity is a brainwashing program that 106 was exposed to at Site-14, but it's far more complex than that. Serenity comes in multiple forms: a poem, a song, and a series of videos. It's also worth noting that it's the very first intel document 106 starts the game with. The poem and song is only 4 lines, and in the words of the great Brandon McKagan himself,
the song in itself is about ending one's life through a constant barrage of stimulus and information, not unlike a brainwash.
And throughout the soundtrack, Serenity can be heard countless times played in reverse or played forward, representing 106's conflict within himself as he does and undoes his brainwashing. I don't even know what to say to that. I have never seen storytelling with the soundtrack before. Jeez, this game, man. However, Serenity, as I said, also appears as a video showing tranquil scenes of nature spliced with chaotic footage of nuclear explosions and loud static. The Serenity video also doesn't appear just in Site-14. In the Blade Kisser DLC, Serenity is revisited in its visual form in the Omega facility, where Horizon personnel created clones of Subject 95 to try and engineer a super soldier soldier of their own. Serenity in the game is used as a tool to try and free Cycles from the brainwashing done to them by the Syndicate, which involves mindlessly following orders until whatever nefarious mission the Syndicate wants done is eventually completed, and the cycle is then terminated or self-terminates by instead brainwashing them with the concept of serenity, which involves finding love and remembrance through disobeying the Syndicate and sacrificing oneself. That's about as simple as I think I can make it, really. It's obviously very open to interpretation, and my explanation probably didn't answer every question because serenity is many things. It's a song, a poem, a video, a message, a state of mind, a lesson, and the sturdy narrative backbone of Trepang Squared's story. The imagery associated with serenity, the nature footage disrupted by the explosion footage, is a great and simple way of representing conflict. And the fact that a poem about love and remembrance serves as the thematic foundation is a stupendous ironic contrast for such a violent game. It's suitably appropriate as well, however, that Serenity can actually provide a fairy tale world outside the chaos of a Cycle's life. It's simply reprogramming an already brainwashed person to die for a different reason. It's still liberating, but in a way very fitting for the dark world of Trepang Squared. It's also not like cheesy or anything. It's not like romantic love between two people. It's that other kind of love rooted in human empathy. Now, in my other videos and artwork, I've chosen to represent Serenity as a physical place, a sprawling field of flowers similar to the tranquil settings shown in the Serenity videos, devoid of any of the brutal chaos of 106's life. I did this in my story video because it's an easier way to represent where I think the game is implying 106 is at mentally, but we never actually see any physical representation of Serenity in game. As a matter of fact, that may be one of the things that makes 106 truly morally ambiguous. Okay, now I've said that a few times now, and some of you may be rightly confused. Since 106 is not a choose-your-own-adventure character, he only has one ending where he blows up the safe house, right? In past videos, I've said that Trepang Squared is a redemptive story of a man regaining his humanity by heroically sacrificing himself in the depths of a cold, dark hole in the ground, destroying the monster that is himself, the monsters who created him, and many more monsters yet to be created. But that's actually only one way of interpreting it. As we know, 106 is far from being your standard knight in shining armor protagonist. If you take what the game presents him as, this guy is a dog on a leash, happily ignoring any atrocities committed by his comrades and even committing a fair few himself as long as it means he can achieve his ultimate selfish goal of getting revenge against Horizon, which he eventually does, leaving thousands of dead mercenaries and civilians in his wake. The concept of serenity and breaking the cycle for the promise of love and remembrance never even reaches him. It's only when his masters literally put a gun to his head that he decides to fight against them, and in the end his very own rage consumes him in nuclear fire. He dies as the slave he always was, never able to control his own sadistic nature, and is cloned by the drones to be used again and again and again in the vicious cycle he never chose to break. Or, my way of interpreting it, 106 is still a deeply troubled individual, and I wouldn't sit next to him on the bus, but he's brainwashed. 106 joins with Task Force 27 not because he sees them as just a way to get revenge on Horizon, but because he legitimately thinks that what Horizon is doing is wrong and that the world is better off without them. Over the course of each mission, we see him slowly begin to learn more about the reality of his world as he battles the more often than not evil Horizon Corporation, always believing that what he is doing is difficult but right, and simply not realizing the glaring implications that all cycles before him either end up dying or being killed by him. 106 never realizes that 105 lived and died as a slave to the Syndicate, a human being who is never able to break free from his conditioning and gave his life to the people who never gave him any. 106 never realized that Dr. Emerson died the same way, steadfast in his false belief that completing the cycle was the truth and all that Serenity talk of him being a human and having free will was a lie. 106 was never able to look past the glaring errors of the Patriarch's ways, even though he was right in discovering the history of the Syndicate and their enslavement of the world. And lastly, 106 never understood Anton Lazar's message of serenity, never being able to forgive him for the experiments he allowed at Site-14 and never being able to break his own conditioning. And 106 completes his cycle in the Horizon headquarters, destroying what he rightly believes is an evil megacorporation without knowing he's working for the very people who made it. However, a very intentional detail by the developers is that when 106 returns to the safe house after killing Lazar, the loading screen has very noticeably changed. And what's more revealing is that at the bottom of the screen, the prompt that usually reads "press any button to continue" has now switched to the words "break the cycle." Could this be an insight into 106's true intentions when he was returning to the safe house? Was he going back there not for a pizza party after the big job was over, but to finally end the cycle program once and for all? When he somehow awakens in the incinerator room waiting to be discarded like the rest of his brothers, some of whom went so willingly to their deaths, it's here where he finally gets his chance to redeem himself, knowing that just because he lived as a monster, it doesn't mean he has to die as one. He battles relentlessly to reach the nuke, and when he finally gets there, someone is waiting for him. A little drone, just like the ones he saw before, reminding him of Serenity, and while he knows by now there's no love in the world for a person like him, there can still be remembrance, and 106's story ends with him being cleansed in the white fire of Serenity, destroying the monster that is himself, the monsters who created him, and all the monsters yet to be created, paving the way for a new 106, one who's still got a lot of work to do, but at least now he'll be seeing things a little more clearly. This theory doesn't just hinge entirely on a loading screen either. Time and time again, we see clear indications throughout the game that 106 can actually be somewhat curious or pensive about things. And because he is a silent protagonist, we don't really know what he actually thinks. He doesn't keep a journal where he logs his feelings about certain events. He doesn't think to himself. He's just completely silent. And here it makes him very interesting because his actual morality can go both ways. When he looks at the dead bodies of the civilians in the Pandora Institute, did he put two and two together that they weren't killed by the Mothman and simply ignore the fact that somebody on Task Force 27 must have shot unarmed hospital workers? Or did he just not realize that? Did he even notice the bodies? I never saw the nurse next to the elevator guy until like my 5th playthrough for the story video. When he watched Raven shoot down the helicopters with civilians in them, did he just not realize that they had civilians in them in the first place? Can he even speak? Would there have been any way for him to tell Raven about the civilians, or did he just not care? When he was riding the elevator to the top floor of Horizon Towers, did he just see the task force soldiers taking the employees hostage and not notice the dead bodies that didn't belong only to Horizon mercenaries? I didn't on my first playthrough. It's impossible to know exactly how 106 thinks and feels about certain things, and instead of it being confusing or feeling like a narrative absence, it's actually fascinating and leaves the question of whether or not a human being can overcome the immoral ideals they were created with and figure out what's truly right on their own completely up to you. Is 106 just a mindless force of nature who loved every second of his debaucherous existence, or is he a human soul trapped within a mind conditioned to enjoy hurting others, desperately trying to wake up? Regardless, whether or not you can forgive 106 for his actions and lack of actions, or if you believe he too was a victim in all this, it's kinda hard to hate the guy because geez, he is not living large, and it's not like he escapes to Florida to live out the rest of his days in peace. He dies alone in a frickin' nuclear explosion, only able to find freedom through the violence that permeated his entire short, miserable life. Now, this actually brings me to my last point about 106, and something many of you may have been waiting for since I skipped over it in his appearance section. The infamous 106 status report, the only intel document in the game that gives any possible hint whatsoever to what 106 might look like underneath his mask. Despite the intel log never explicitly stating it, many in the community have interpreted the image as a picture taken of 106 during his creation, and as you're about to see, I am definitely one of those people. Now, to start me off, I'd like to read a comment from a user named Mylidor where he talks about his thoughts on the 106 status report. To me, that's 106. When I saw 107 step out of his tank, I thought to myself, ew, that's what I look like under the mask? That's badass. Gross, but badass. They keep his ass masked so that people, himself included, don't have to look at his hideous face. To put it simply, the artwork of the status report would go a long way in helping build up 106's character even further and offer an in-universe reason for why everyone puts a mask over his head. Now, I know some of you are already saying there's evidence to suggest that he looks completely different. The fact that this picture looks very similar to 107, the outline of a nose visible on 106's shadow that's missing from the picture, and the fact that the intel document gives no real concrete answer to who this actually is a picture of. Even looking through the game files doesn't give any real clues. We should all want 106 to look like this from an aesthetic perspective and a narrative perspective. So let's start with the aesthetic perspective. You know what honestly my biggest problem with 106 as a character is? Here, look at this, look. Can you tell me which of these two guys is an ordinary, lean, muscular human male, and which one of them is a genetically engineered super soldier who can twist your head off like he's opening a water bottle? Yeah, it doesn't take long to realize that he is literally just a copy-pasted mercenary model, which is a shame because they probably could have gotten more creative than that, but I don't want to sound whiny. I'm saying I hope I can give the developers the benefit of the doubt, and I believe that underneath his clothing, this is what 106 really looks like. A monstrous, loathsome corruption of the human form, superbly completing his character as a psychotic beast created for the sole purpose of destroying whatever he is told to. It also makes it way funnier to imagine that's what's underneath his pink and white jammies.
You're all stupid. See, they're gonna be looking for army guys.
Not only would 106 looking like this make perfect sense, make him look cooler, make him far more interesting and original than a basic human protagonist, and just be better in about every conceivable way, devs, please, if you're watching this, for the love of God, go with this design in the future. It also makes the story much more moving when you consider the game's overarching theme of struggling to find humanity in such a dark world. Now, to help support my argument why it would also be better from a narrative perspective, I'm actually going to bring up an old movie that has somewhat similar story beats to the plot of Trepang Squared: Blade Runner, a 1982 science fiction movie about a police officer tasked with eliminating a group of rogue human clones that have outlived their usefulness and are revolting against their creators in order to survive. Sound familiar? Well, the movie's definitely not as interesting as Trepang Squared. There's a bunch of boring shit in it. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention to that stuff, and apparently nobody else was either, because the thing that resonated with audiences the most is one of the final scenes in the movie. The antagonist, a clone named Roy Batty, who was made as a combat unit designed to be as efficient a killer as a human can be, is battling with the officer sent to eliminate him, and in a poignant act of defiance against his programming, Batty chooses to save the very man who is trying to kill him. At this stage in the movie, Batty's implanted kill chip, not dissimilar to the programmed cell apoptosis that cycles in the Trepang Squared universe are born with, is very close to killing him, and he has mere moments to live. Batty rests on the floor across from the officer, sharing with him a few of the wonders he saw in his short life before peacefully dying as a savior instead of a murderer. It's a beautiful scene and an optimistic commentary on the intrinsic ability of human beings to choose good over evil no matter their circumstances. The only thing is that if you don't know the context, this is just a dude in his underwear with a bird talking to some guy in the rain. There's not really anything to suggest that he's a super soldier killer cyborg guy, and him looking like an otherwise completely normal human being undercuts the whole metaphor that he wasn't really created to be one. Of course, I still have a lot of respect for this scene, and I'm not looking to tear it down in any way. My point is that in Trepang Squared, if 106 looks like the monster he was made to be, it would make his final decision to choose serenity that much more powerful. The imagery of this barely human thing, this gray-skinned, white-eyed, muscle-ridden brute desperately crawling to sacrifice himself so that he can finally defy his murderous programming and murder himself to save countless others, is amazing. Imagining 106 as this repulsive, one-armed, demented lunatic whose brain releases the chemicals normal people get for petting puppies only after he kills somebody, looking behind him and seeing duplicates of himself, finally realizing the monster that he is and choosing to end it all with more humanity than the humans who created him makes it far more powerful than if he was just a regular looking guy like you or me. He has no white dove, there's no voices in his ear encouraging him, he just frickin' deals with it, and no matter how you look at it, if he died with rage in his bones or serenity in his heart, the ending of Trepang Squared is not a sappy one where you're only delaying the inevitable. He went out like a fucking man and took down all his enemies with him. Where other games may treat the endless cycle of human suffering as a universal constant and something you just have to accept, and that the world sucks but you have to do it anyway, Trepang Squared tells you that you can break that cycle with fire shotguns and dropkicks. You can't fix the whole world, you can't destroy all the Illuminati, but you can get it started and you can get yours. Trepang Squared's story isn't pretentious, it's not preachy, it knows it's not some Greek epic where it demands you kneel before its deep lore, it just wants you to have fun. And if you're interested, it's got a silly, compelling, and ever so subtly uplifting little story to tell you. Subject 106 is the linchpin of that story, as all good protagonists should be, a character steeped in his own suffering and the causing of others' suffering, but in the end he never let it define him. His ending is cathartic, it's appropriate, and it's beautiful. He earned both his death for the pain he inflicted on the world and his freedom for the pain he saved it from. Without a single line of dialogue, Trepang Studios made a character that was more fun, more interesting, and more satisfying than maybe any other character I've ever played as before. And I think I can safely say that if you've been watching for this long, then he will be remembered. Alright everybody, yes, this video has an outro and I hate doing them because it always undercuts the cool little zinger I try to end all my videos with, but there are some very important updates I have to share. I'm not going to have any special footage up here, I'm just going to have some survival mode gameplay. I'm not going to turn the HUD off. I am absolutely wiped. I just finished the second day of my internship and I just want to upload this video already. Okay, so it may not look like it from my channel alone, but I've actually been doing Trepang stuff for almost 2 years now. I mean, I've been playing since release and I ported models and I've been active in the community server, and it was all out of a moral obligation to do everything I could to help promote this incredible game. I firmly believe that by buying Trepang Squared and supporting Trepang Studios, you are doing the world a favor and helping revive this shambling corpse of a video game industry we all used to love. Now, I know literally all boob tubers say this, but I legitimately did not know these videos were going to receive the popularity they did. I thought if I could get one video up to maybe 10,000 views and I got a few comments from people saying they bought the game, I did my job as a decent human being. But now, after my channel has accrued over 1 million views, I am honestly blown away by the success the channel has had, and I have all of you to thank for that. In addition, today, just as I got back home, I saw that on the official Trepang YouTube channel, Wilson Chung, the big man himself, has said that Trepang Studios is officially done with Trepang Squared. The game will be receiving no more updates, no more patches, and that is just fine with me. Trepang Studios is the ultimate success story. 4 guys quitting their job to chase their dream, and they did it. They have earned their rest, and now it's time for me to move on too. I'll never stop making videos for probably as long as I live, but as it stands right now, I am officially moving on from making dedicated Trepang Squared videos. It'll almost definitely show up again in other videos whenever I want to use it as an example of how to make a good game, but not as a main subject of the videos, at least not until Trepang Cubed. I know I didn't even come close to covering everything about this game, but guys, I'm pooped. I've done everything I could, and I want to say thank you again, not only to all you lovely viewers, but also to Trepang Studios themselves. I don't think I would have ever done this if it weren't for their encouragement. I've said before that it just boggles my mind that you can go online, send one of the devs a message, and they will actually respond. They're not some corporate office building of employees all just working to get a job done. These guys are true creators driven entirely by passion, working to share their vision with the world. And like Trepang Squared itself, the story has ended in triumph. I'm sad to be moving on, and I am overjoyed beyond words to have been even a tiny fraction of a part of this game's success. And if you've been watching this long too, then you as well have taken part. Thank you for watching, and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Sounded like a good idea, but it was not. That's all I made. And that's when I was like, am I going to jail? I wish we knew what we'd...
The Hawk Tuah fall-off really has to be studied. If you remember, Haley Welch, infamous and hilarious meme when she went out into the streets and said, Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing.
Will you shut the hell up?
This was like a meme that was kind of funny. You know, she should not have become as famous as she did. That's because Jake Paul swooped her up and got her involved in managing her podcast. And also, how can we forget the crypto rug pull that she did, which then led her to going to bed for 4 weeks.
Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It was kind of funny. I get it. You did not need Hawk Tuah t-shirts, Hawk Tuah mugs. There's probably a subset of 50 IQ individuals that got Hawk Tuah tattoos. We really do forget how quick the internet moves, but this was probably one of the biggest memes of 2020 by far. That, and of course, who could forget the low taper fade meme from Ninja. a hilarious laugh out loud meme that he's not running into the ground. It's actually really rare to see memes like Hawk Tuah blow up to the point that they have. You know, something that starts out on basically iFunny, the Facebook side of the internet, and then passing over to Gen Z. Like, Hawk Tuah would have been a funny meme that your parents probably would have LOL'd at, but the reason why it became so big on the Gen Z side is because Gen Z has ran out of memes and all they do is just irony post all day. So, thing that is really unfunny, it's that bad. We could actually make it funny again. I mean, the only example I can think of memes that were irony poisoned so much were those, like, you know, when people were like minion posting quotes back in 2019 or something? People lost their minds over this kind of stuff. And even going back, there was actually an article that Vox made. If you know Vox, they make informative videos on YouTube. They're basically like Vice at their peak, but more boring. She was hailed as a hero, revolutionary, and the it girl of the moment. You're talking about like she served 2 tours in Afghanistan or something, man. Hawk Tuah was memed and mimicked, and people were seeing Hawk Tuahs everywhere now. That Hawk Tuah girl has opened their eyes to the Hawk Tuahs around them. By the way, the article is titled Hawk Tuah Explained by Straight Dudes. Now, of course, you guys definitely remember, like I said earlier, that crypto coin rug pull that Haley was trying to do. I'll be honest, she's probably, if there is a queue of people, she's probably right at the back of the queue for celebrities or, okay, I did not just call her a celebrity, of e-celebs basically trying to do a rug pull. I've talked about this before. Every commentary channel has talked about this before. It was a really obvious pump and dump scheme. They sold the links to pre-investors before the coin went public so people could buy low and then sell for high. And then obviously when the coin went public, all the pre-investors pulled out their coin because they would be in profit, causing the entire coin to crash. Now, Haley was needed for this whole plan because anyone can do a rug pull, but like, who's gonna buy your coin if there's no like kind of meme or face or name behind it? So that was it. She was basically the face of this coin. Usually coins need to grow over the span of basically years to see any kind of profit, but obviously a coin that gets so much value so quickly, it's going to be worth nothing because as soon as it exceeds a limit, people are going to just pull out. And this is one of the main reasons why people hate crypto rug pullers, is because it's relying on your audience to basically make you money. I mean, great examples, because you're here watching YouTube videos. You probably hate ads, right? You've probably got ad block, you disgusting dopamine efficient little brokey. You also probably don't like watching sponsors either. You just skip them. I know I do the same thing, but at least in these situations, there is some kind of trade-off. Like, you're supporting a creator and in turn, you kind of get something afterwards. You know, if you watch an ad, if you support a creator, then that creator gets money and then they can do more content. The same goes for a sponsor. But with these rug pull coins, you're getting nothing out of it. You are basically just being scammed by someone that you watch. Now, I've gone over all of this, but recently, Haley Welch has came back onto her Talk Tuah podcast to actually talk about this situation. Now, if you remember, again, when she was confronted by CoffeeZilla,
one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
She was a little bit tired, guys. She had to go to bed, and she went to bed for about a month. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I only really need about 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night. 3 weeks, that's quite a long time of sleep. Now, at the time, apparently Haley was not legally allowed to talk about the coin because she was being investigated by 2 different governmental agencies. Now, on the podcast, her close friend, Chelsea Bradford, is doing the interview questions. The thing is, I don't know if it's because I'm a YouTuber, but me looking at this podcast, it's really, really obvious that this was all pre-rehearsed and just scripted.
Well, my team advised me to start looking for PR crisis team management. It was a show. That's definitely why it took so long. I don't know. I didn't know who to trust at that time.
Yeah, that's such a hard position to be in.
It was very difficult. It's definitely why everything took so long to like play out.
Like, I'm not saying that she's reading off an auto prompt or anything like that, but it's really obvious that they talked about beforehand that... Okay, let me use a different word apart from Talk Tuah. It's obvious they rehearsed this beforehand, so she knew exactly what kind of questions she was going to get. But at the same time, it is her podcast, so it does kind of make sense. Well, no, it's a podcast that she runs that is actually owned by Daddy Jake Paul. But at the same time, it is meant to be a podcast, but it's obvious there's been a lot of preparation put into this. The questions have been shown beforehand. But then again, if you're looking for hard-hitting interviews, the Talk Tuah podcast surprisingly might not be the best place to go. Now, Haley also goes on to say that she had apparently, and I believe her, she's such an honest person. Apparently, she had no part whatsoever in the rug pull. Welch goes on to say that there was an unnamed man behind the scenes. Quite ominous. I'm not sure whether it was like John Doe from Seven or something. And this unnamed man apparently offered both Welch and Bradford money for marketing the coin and extra money to go into the Hawk Tour Animal Charity.
We were both promised money up front for doing that, just like a spokesperson would for a coin. And then we were also promised money for our charity. We'd had plenty of money for our charity.
Now, this animal charity, surprisingly, isn't called the Hawk Tour charity. It's called Paws Across America, which, if anything, reminds me of the Hands Across America back in the 1980s. But you probably don't know that. You probably only know it from the film Us, where all the scary people that kill people with scissors end up holding hands at the end of the film. Now, this is like the most surprising part because, you know, the whole thing where she went to bed for a month and basically never came back before that month ended? A lot of people thought at the time, including myself, that she made a ton of money, took it all, and ran. But she is adamant on the podcast, from her own opinion, that she didn't actually make any money from that coin whatsoever. That is apart from one monetary reward being marketing payment.
So did you make anything from the coin at all?
So the only thing I made from the, well, it wasn't even from the coin. I got paid a marketing fee. That's all I made. I did not make a dime from the coin itself.
But all of the money she got from that marketing payment has gone into her law fund and PR team. Okay, Hawk Tour girl, if you have a PR team, you need to fire them. I don't know what you're paying them, but I didn't even know you had a PR team. What kind of advice did your PR team tell you? To go to bed for 4 weeks? I have seen nothing. I have seen no damage control here whatsoever. I actually forgot you existed until you came back and did this podcast that at the time of recording is on like 20,000 views in 2 days. So the worst outcome out of all of this is apparently Haley has gone broke, ruined her entire career, and really not got a single penny in profit. That is if we can believe anything that she's saying. According to Welch, this unnamed guy, I'm just going to call him Mr. Hawk Coin from now on. Mr. Hawk Coin would send Haley short scripts for her to read out, and then he would post them on her Twitter. And she even admits in the podcast she had no idea what she was even saying or what any of this meant.
Yes, and you had to video it for me.
Yeah.
You're like, what does that mean? I was like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Well, he He would text me, and occasionally he would call me too and be like, oh, well, you can do it like this. And I'm like, okay. But he would text me like paragraphs with different bullet points, like what to read off and what kind of videos he needed.
Now, you could say that she's playing dumb, that this is like an argument of ignorance kind of thing. You know, I didn't know what I was doing, therefore I can't be held accountable for it. But in reality, like, even in the best case scenario, it just shows that she is insanely moronic. Now, the crypto scam eventually attracted the attention of the FBI, and they physically arrived at Haley's grandmother's house, which is where Haley lives. So Haley ended up going to Nashville, Tennessee, and was then interrogated by the FBI.
The feds come to Granny's house and knocked on her door, and she called me having a heart attack, said, the FBI is here after you. What have you done? I was like, what?
They asked her about her links to the crypto world. They went through her phone, asked a bunch of questions surrounding the Hawk coin. Could you imagine? Like, L.A. Noire sat there in the detective room, like, what's this Hawk coin? Hawk Tour? Say that again.
Did you make the Hawk 2 coin?
Are you a madman? Dude, if like you had someone interrogating Haley Welch, you just spam like the doubt button to like everything she's saying. And then when she says something like actually truthful, you just say lie. Thankfully for Welch, she was cleared by the end. And by the look of it, the FBI have actually set their sights on the Mr. Hawk coin guy, the criminal mastermind of this entire situation. This then escalated from the FBI and then went to the US Securities and Exchange Commission. And this is a federal agency that are basically trying to fight against market manipulation and fraud. The SEC, much like the FBI, also wanted access to her phone, and it sounds like they actually downloaded a copy of all the information on it and then sent it back to her. And after their investigation, the SEC also cleared Welch. Hawk sisters, we cannot stop winning. We cannot stop touring. She's been investigated by 2 federal agencies, and both of them found nothing. She also speaks at one point talking about the money that she lost in the initial rug pull. Apparently, it was reported to be around $1.2 million. However, from Welch's sources, I mean, probably the FBI, it was discovered that only $180,000 of that was like real people's money. The rest of the money actually came from scammers, snipers, crypto bros. It's still a massive amount of money, life-changing money, but nowhere near that $1.2 million mark.
So did anyone actually lose money from the coin?
See, that's the part I asked about too. So evidently there was like 1.2 million that got lost, but then they done some research and it was like 180K of people's like real money that got lost. Like the rest of it was just like, I don't know, scammers, snipers, whatever they call them on there.
The class action lawsuit that Berwick Law also brought forward, that was mentioned as well. They opened an avenue so that victims of the Hawk coin could, you know, possibly get their money back. This was a huge thing at the time that I did cover in a previous video. But from what Haley's saying, apparently it just didn't go anywhere because, as we know, nothing ever happens. That, or she's not really in contact with Berwick anymore, because this was basically an incentive that she set up to try to get people their money back. Apparently their main method of communication was Twitter, but this elusive Mr. Hawk coin man controlled the Twitter account and has apparently sold it off to someone else entirely.
So someone else is running that Twitter account now?
Basically, but they took my name and everything off of it. So I guess it's their account now. They just have all the followers and everything else.
So the biggest question, did she fall off? Yes. Is she guilty? It's quite complicated. If what Haley is saying on the podcast is true, she basically had little to no involvement in the coin. She was just like the face promoting it. And that was apparently all Mr. Hawk Coin's plan. If that was the case, if she was just promoting it, then that takes a little bit of heat off her, especially if the FBI and SEC investigations didn't really find her involved at all, or at least to the point where she could be guilty. The thing is with Haley, she did still agree to promote the coin, and she had her face and brand identity tied to that, and she was obviously promised a lot of money. And you know, everyone knows that rug pulls are bad. They're not bad if you're involved in it, like if you're the face of the coin or you're pre-investing, but to everyone else, it's pretty bad. It could actually be one of the fastest and simplest ways to basically destroy your entire brand reputation. But then at the same time as well, not that it excuses her, who is buying Hawk Tour coin? Like, I get it. Like, it was an irony-drenched meme. Like, everyone was getting in on it as a joke. But there's a fine line, right? Once you actually have to get your wallet out and pay for something, oh, it's not ironically funny anymore, guys. It's just cringe. And you can see the way that she talks in this podcast. She basically has no idea what crypto is. Like, there's a funny coin on the internet, and you like make money off it. You make money off like invisible things on the internet. Imagine when Haley uses a computer, she just like drags her mouse on the monitor. But at the same time as well, even if you bring like Haley's, you know, knowledge into question, you could literally just look up like crypto meme coin, and you will see endless articles and examples of scam coins where the original person that makes the coin has obviously actually only made it to rug pull people. I just think in this situation, like, even if Haley was found innocent, it was obviously really irresponsible to use her platform like that. And it's not even like she was surrounded by a bunch of yes men either. When Berwick actually asked Welch what she'd do differently, she said she'd listen to Uncle Wiz, who I assume is another character in this extended Hawk Tour multiverse. This Uncle Wiz character, again, I actually don't know where we're getting these people from. None of these people have been proven to exist, by the way. But apparently this person told Haley to not tie her name to anything, and that she basically needed to do the research and make sure she knew what she was getting into because there could be consequences.
I definitely would have listened to Uncle Wiz. He said, don't tie your name to just anything.
He did.
He said, don't always say yes.
And in this way, yeah, like, she's stupid. She didn't do her due diligence in researching and, you know, I mean, I'll be honest with you, we're all cooked, right? All of our attention spans are cooked. If there was like a TikTok or something that basically explained how investing worked, I'm pretty sure she'd be totally fine with it. But how are we rating this apology video? It wasn't ukulele bad, but again, that's like Mariana Trench levels there. She did apologize, and she said that she felt bad about all the people that lost money. But at the same time, I don't really think she's actually figuring out or even thinking of a concept to pay them back or give them some kind of compensation, and also offloads pretty much all of the blame to this elusive Mr. Hawk coin man. I'm guessing she can't legally name who he is because he'll come for her and like sue her, but at the same time, I can so easily see people saying that you've just like made up this fictional character. But again, that wasn't the point of this video. The point of this video was to say, did the Hawk Tour girl fall off? 100%. Unfortunately, I could really see this happening now. I can see Jake Paul and his investors having a quiet little conversation with Hawk Tour girl and be like, bro, you used to get like 500,000 views a video,